But the Ultima weapon is all-powerful! Why does my enemy still stand? Can her strength truly be so great?
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
La Habrea.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal she bears.
So, this is what empowers her.
Beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail, the Hammer of Darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the Shield of Light. And so it shall, for the Ultima weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alleg failed to scratch. The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
Of what magic do you speak?
A spell without parallel. Ultima. I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
La Habrea, what have you done?
No more than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Damn you, Ascian.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power. And from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Oh, Hydaelyn. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left. Van Belzar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later, Ascian. But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains. Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together.
Hurry, Golbez! The city is already overrun!
First the villages, and now the capital. Nothing is exempt from their avarice.
Fear my wrath! They knew we were elsewhere. Cowards!
I think not.
For king and country! I cannot, will not fall here!
This one is dangerous. Have care, Golbez. That they command such terrible beasts bodes ill. We've no time to lose. Such destruction. If only we had returned sooner.
at you! Fear my wrath!
I dare say we'll be faster if we split up.
Help me! So be it. I will fight you with all my strength. Ether to fortify my blade. I need power. Light or dark, it matters not. Such savagery ill suits you. You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now. Even so, I'll not be bested. Not this day. Prepare yourself. It's over, my friend.
conquered this before. Let's see how you fare now.
There, just doing some Picto leveling, and once I finished up, well, once I get most of my shit done, then I'll start actually doing the main story. I'll continue doing the main story. I did a lot of it during early access too, but I'm still not completed. I still have the last 2 zones to complete. God damn it, it's fucking annoying when we get like fucking stun locked. Ah, they managed to push hard. That's annoying. Wow, blue just took that. Just absolutely just a shitload of that. Looks like blue's looking good. Darn, we're focusing too much on blue and letting yellow win. Oh wow, we're really stupid. Like, why are we half-assing it? Go get
I thought we were going to back up that claim. Like, it's a big node. We had enough people to crush them, and then like they let more of their things invade while we focused on the center, like fucking morons. Like, yellow will attack them in the center. We don't need to let them. We don't need to waste our time in the center for nothing, letting them get the northern one. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, so we're going to lose, obviously. Oh, that's really lucky. We got super lucky on that. I'll deal with the win this one. Our team is actually not that good. We've never won an engagement we've actually tried at. Actually, I guess except for that one, but that was mainly because there's other shit. No, actually, I guess yellow's not even going to bother with us. Oh, because there's a better node between both of them. Oh, no wonder. Like, that is fucking annoying. You're just constantly being bounced around. We can't fucking... Like, basically, anytime you have a lack of player agency, it just fucking annoys. It's annoying. Like, where you just feel like you're being juggled around. I don't know, we're gonna lose. I mean, we're already gonna lose. Like, our team is absolutely stupid. Like, our team doesn't know fucking shit. We were completely dumb. Like, we were just like... We were not engaging in the places we needed to engage, and we were just losing, and, like... We had a lot of stupid people who were essentially just pushing people far too deep. We're just like, no. Like, you go in, you get your shit, and then you get the fuck out. You get back, you recoup. But no, because you were going too far deep, we were end up going in and dying. And then which makes it worse. And then because we're so deep in, like, we can't get reinforcements super quick. And then because we're also in the middle of bumfuck nowhere where there are no flags, we're missing all the actual flags that the other teams are actually getting. So yeah, that kind of sucks. And whatever, right? It's again, it's a lot less for stuff like this. Obviously, there's like 72 people. Like you just like it's fucking crazy, right? There's 72 people. Well, I mean, I guess 1 in 24, obviously, on your side. You're 1/24th how well you can do. And again, you have less agency, right? Like, what I personally do is not going to impact it that much, right? Unless I am like relaying a bunch of awesome commands and everyone's following them. And that's the thing. Even if I'm like, okay, here's exactly where we need to go. Go here, go here, then go here, go here, go here. If people don't do that, then it's meaningless, right? So like, it still relies on everyone else to do something. And that's why it's kind of rough, because it's like I can't control that. I can't force people to do what I want. And then there's just bad luck too. Like it's where the flags are placed will kind of guide where players go. And there lies a problem where it's like, oh, okay, well, because these flags appeared here, these people are less likely to listen to my commands to go to this one and instead go to this one because it's closer, or because for whatever reason, or they just see someone they see someone heading there, so they're like, oh, I'll just follow that guy, right? So it's like, it's whatever, right? So for Frontline, it's not so much what you can do. It's obviously, don't fuck up, right? Play as well as you can. Don't get overrun, because that's what will really screw you over. And also, you gotta accept it. You gotta be a little more fatalistic about it. You gotta be like, okay, I have since it's 3 teams, I have a 1 in 3 chance of winning. Yeah, and I mean, like, statistically, I haven't been doing terribly. Like, I have so for this, I guess not. Well, for last week, I forgot the week is. So obviously, this weekly performance sucks. But last week, I did it 3 times. Got second twice, first once. So, and then with this one, now it's it's first once, second twice, third once. It's just it's just a chance. It's just it's a base. I mean, as you can see, the overall performance is pretty much split pretty evenly. You can kind of tell. I mean, I'd like to say that the reason why there are more first and second places over third is because my skill is making the difference. But even if we say yes, that that difference is because of my skill, it's a 1% difference, right? My first place is 1% higher than second place. My second place is 1% higher than third place. So it's like, even if I personally am skilled, it doesn't matter as much, because it's like there's only so much you can do, especially in Frontline. Now, Crystalline Conflict is definitely different. Yeah, and then this one actually had a much better win rate too. This is 50-50, it's just 2 teams. Crystalline Conflict is the same thing too. Although I guess I thought it was from it just shows victories, not total matches. Whatever. So it is what it is, right? So you just got to kind of at the end of the day, even in Frontlines, or even in Crystalline Conflict, where it's just a literal 1 in 2 chance, you still got to be a little fatalistic about it. You got to be like, you know what? Win some, lose some. It's a 50% chance. Sometimes the people on the other team are just better, right? Like let's just say I'm above average, but not good, right? Like, not amazing, right? Let's just say I'm above average. If all my team members are the same skill as me, all above average, but then we're fighting against all skilled players, then we're obviously going to lose, right? There's still some element of luck, because sometimes you can still get lucky. The biggest benefit for PvP is just how many people are all attacking the same enemy. And so in Crystalline Conflict, there's a lot of there's some elements of luck where it's like, are you lucky enough to all be attacking the same enemy? That's pretty shit. Oh, darn it. Are you all lucky enough to attack the same enemy? If you have really good synergy, like luck synergy, kind of. It's 20. I guess 20 is not terrible. If you have a good luck synergy, I guess that does have something. You could all be attacking the same enemy, So all your guys will go in and attack one guy and kill him real quick because you can burst him down fairly quick. So there's elements of luck like that in Crystalline Conflict. Obviously, you can guide that a lot better. There are markers and all that shit to make it much easier. But overall, it's still like, you're not gonna be able to mark every single character. So it's just like, are you going to be lucky enough to attack the same target often enough? And so there's some elements of luck. Obviously, there's still a lot of there's some skill as well. But either way, regardless, is that no matter how good you are, like even if you're the best player in PvP, if you're at diamond rank, south. Oh, actually, no, wait. Yeah, it's the one on the other side of this. Even if you're really, really good at PvP, even Crystalline Conflict with the fewest number of people is 5 people. So you're only 1/20th the total people. So you could be the best at PvP, but if you're with 4 novices, you still lose. So there is a lot of luck, regardless in everything. So I go into PvP kind of thinking, okay, let's do as well as I can, right? Let's try to do as best I can. But at the end of the day, if I'm in Crystalline Conflict, it's a 50% chance. If I'm in Frontline, it's a 1 in 3 chance. So it's like, yeah, this time we got unlucky. I could kind of tell we were going to get screwed. Our team was just all over the place. Frontline, you really kind of need to move as groups. Because it's just, like more people will usually win. Sure, like there are some elements of luck, like we were able to get that center flag, which is hard to do because like any action will interrupt you. So the fact that you were able to get it even outnumbered like that is still a luck. Like we just had to we were lucky enough that we had enough people on the flag that one of them actually succeeded without being interrupted. And I think they've done a really good job in how they've done Frontline, because you get a shitload of experience. Like I got like half a level of experience just from that. Even losing, I still got half a level of experience, which is amazing. Also, what they did in the series that's fucking amazing, because it gives you a reason to do it, right? Like it incentivizes you. So people who weren't going to do PvP are going to do it. Some people do it anyway, because like there are achievement rewards and mount rewards within PvP itself. So there is a reason to do it for achievement's sake, and then of course the people who like to do it will do it regardless. But this is just another added layer of incentive to get people to to play and get this shit, and the rewards are pretty good. A mount. You could say it's not great, but that's a really good-looking parasol. A minion. People like collecting minions. That's a really cool mount. These are kind of meh. It's whatever, right? But they're kind of cool, right? Like it's another way of customization. And then of course, like the shit you can get for these crystals, like they did a really good job with this. Like it's a really good way to incentivize you. They've really incentivize you with all the amount of extra bonus experience you get, and like series experience, the series experience, all that shit really work well together. But actually, before I continue the story, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then I will continue the MSQ. Oh shit! I missed my cue. That's crazy because it said it had like over 30 minutes, and I haven't been gone not that long. Yeah, like. Yeah, because I had, or, yeah, so at least I've only gone for like 15 minutes, and it was like, oh yeah, it's going to be like 30 minutes over plus. Okay, well, whatever. I missed my cue, whatever. Yeah, that's a shame. Wait, I was a Pictomancer. Oh, did I queue up as a fucking summoner? God damn it. I had to queue up as a Pictomancer. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, like I missed my. I'm pretty sure I swapped the Pictomancer before I did this, so I must have queued as a summoner. So yeah, I wouldn't want to accept it anyway. Whoops, that was stupid of me. I wasn't paying attention. Either that or I swapped a summoner. And I forgot. Swapped the Pictomancer. Okay, so I am Pictoman. So I queued as the wrong thing. Okay, so I did fuck up. Whoops, that was my bad. Yeah, because I wasn't able to accept because it was saying I was in another class, so I must have queued as a summoner. That was dumb. I guess I must have swapped before, and then when I came back, I missed my queue. I instantly re-queued. But what I don't like is that I don't like we're not asking all the big important questions. Like, okay, so he's able to recreate these things. Why aren't we asking about the soldiers? Why aren't we asking about the implants in their head? Why aren't we asking about their technology? Like the things that actually matter. It's like, oh, okay, she's a nice person. You know what would show that she's a really nice person if she would actually explain, like, her country, like allow us to beat back the person she claims she doesn't agree with. Like she claims that she doesn't agree with Geralda's things, but here we are, not asking the real questions of like, okay, well, how do we get into the city? What's the weakness of the soldiers? What's up with the soldiers in general? Why do all the people have these implants on them? What are you guys harvesting? Like, ask the actual real questions, right? Because sure, she could say, she could say, oh, she seems like a nice person. Oh, let's see how nice a person she is. Yeah, but like anyone can say this shit. Anyone can fake that. But an actual asshole would not tell you military secrets that would help bring down their own nation, right? Like that just would not. So those are the kind of questions you should ask first, because if she's actually, trying to help us, she would let us know. That's what we should do, because that would be the surest sign. And it's obviously still not assured, because, like, if their technology is that advanced, they could just be like, I'll just tell you some rudimentary bullshit that's not going to really affect us to get your trust and then fuck you over. But, I don't think she seems like a bad sort, so it's still... And regardless, it still will help us more than not getting any of the information and just focusing on this bullshit.
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
It's going to collect like their souls or something like that.
I'm glad you could make it. Are you with us?
Oh, is that they're gonna euthanize her or something like that, or she's gonna like die and they're gonna collect her soul on death or something?
Queen Sphene's come to see you. We're here, Namika. everything is going to be all right.
Oh, it's Namika.
Oh. What's the matter, dear?
They literally called her name. They called her Namika. You should. That should have been the first thing you know. Like, I get it. Like, she does look older and shit. But I mean, it's been 30 years, but it's hard to like process that. But like, they literally called her name. Like, the second they said Namika, you should have been like, oh shit, is that her? Like Namika. So like, yeah,
That's
it's
the
dumb that
bangle I
we.
gave to Namika.
Yeah, surprise. The same person's name.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I mean, I don't get why they mentioned like, oh, for like she arrived just before the barrier appeared, but it's like, well, yeah, like 30 years, like the second the barrier appeared is when the 30 years passed. Like the barrier appeared only when the worlds merged. So regardless of like when how long they were there before the barrier appeared is irrelevant, right? It doesn't matter. Like the second the barrier appear is when the time shift happened. Is when they lived 30 years in a few days. That's when it happened. So how long she showed up before the barrier is a moot point. Unless you're saying like the barrier appeared and then she like, because I did see the train go in, but I think the train already got to the location, then the barrier appeared. So it's not like the barrier appeared and then the train went in. So there could have been some sort of time. There could have been some time that happened between that, but like it's from what I remember, it was the train went in, then the barrier appeared, and the second the barrier appeared is when the 30 years passed. So like that's a silly comment.
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end. Has she no more soul cells?
Oh, I see. So yeah, they are extracting. They are extracting the souls because they showed the robot things like extracting blobs from dead people. I assumed it was the souls, and the fact that she has no more soul cells. So I've seen that like that those little things in their head are like the way for them to transfer soul energy. So they're extracting soul energy from people and then plopping it into other people, maybe to extend their life. It's also kind of weird.
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am,
Are they finally going to
the
ask the
ushers
questions
have
about
arrived.
those devices on their head and actual things that matter instead of just seeing how these people live? Like,
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on, in us.
Living on in memory. The Giants share a similar belief.
And that's the interesting thing. So, like, maybe they mean that, like, literally, they're gonna, like, take her soul out and, like, distribute it amongst the people. So it's like they are literally living on within the other people, within everyone else.
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden.
By killing her.
I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
are worthy to rule.
Chronicles of Air, return the hunger of roiling waters! Chronicles of Eld, recount the fury of erupting peaks! I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine! Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars! That you should endure my fury. Chronicles of Hell, record the cruelty of merciless storms.
Let's see if I can get through this cutscene without my queue popping. I have 10 minutes, so I should be fine.
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
I'm glad you could make it.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right.
Oh.
What's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's the big...
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us...
Has she no more soul cells?
She always...
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is... Be not afraid.
Living on
Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a... I had hoped to make arrangements for her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother.
Let us give them some time alone.
She didn't speak, but
It's not the end.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to
Really?
discuss.
Come on. Have
should
them
we
explain
begin?
what soul batteries are, what the fuck, where are they taking them? Because it seems like they were recycling their souls. Like, through a machine of some sort.
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two
It's like,
distinct
oh,
lands have
I mean, what
indeed
she said was
become
pretty
one.
ominous, right? It's like, oh, she'll live on. So really, that sounds kind of creepily, she sounds like really weird to say. Like, maybe you should follow up on that.
What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
And it's also kind of weird. It's like, it's only a small section. Like, why aren't we asking them, like, what happened to the rest of your country? Like, we only got one little part of your city. Like, are you just city-states? Like, what is your world like?
The scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a Void Gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a region.
Oh, is he saying that their entire world is this little bit? It was compressed into this,
Which
or
invites the question:
or
how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years. Until the day that peace was so...
Yeah, but like, the first question then would be...
Clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
I mean, my first question would be like, okay, you don't know, got it, you're the queen, you're not supposed to know everything. Do you have any scientists? Do you have anyone, like, you were able to give Geralja a bunch of technology. Where did you get that technology? Who did you get that technology from? Who made that? Do you know anyone who understands that technology, and could you take us to them? Because clearly you don't understand shit.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was the barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's noxious influence.
Oh, I see. So this might not be one of the remaining shards. This could be one of the destroyed ones. So there were a bunch of cataclysms. Oh, and I'm pretty sure we had the Cataclysm of Levin already. So presumably the Cataclysm of Levin happened. This shard, the rest of the shard was destroyed and siphoned into the source. And this little thing existed as a bubble within its own dimension. Okay, so yes, the entirety of their world is now on this planet. But this is the entirety of their world. The rest of their world was destroyed and siphoned away. And somehow they were able to save this fraction of a... I forget what the Cataclysm of Lightning was. Earth was the Allagan. Earth was the third one. Nimia was water. Was Lightning and Fire one? Or no, was Lightning and Fire one of the first two? And then I think Bahamut was pure astral. I have to double check my encyclopedia, which is the first.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sphyn's as lost as the rest?
Ah, but of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder. Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoraal resides.
That you'd let us in?
Oh shit, I'm gonna have to do that cutscene again for the third time, but whatever, better than missing the queue. Holy shit, this is an old one. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to get something to eat, since the queue is pretty short.
you go. Let's reset my retainers real quick before my Q pops.
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
I'm glad you could make it.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right. What's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on, in us.
Living on in memory. The Giants share a similar belief.
Wait! Where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden. I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but She was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
She didn't speak, but
It's not the end. Oh, nothing.
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct... What's more, taken together, specifically, the display...
It does seem...
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a Void Gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. Which invites the question.
I wish that I had... I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many...
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's innocuous influence.
I see. And it was only later...
in other words, Sphyn's as lost as the rest of us, right?
Okay, I think I've finally caught up again.
But of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder. Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where, unfortunately...
Oh, actually, no. This is where I caught up to before my queue popped.
Goes a long way toward proving. But we're not talking about us. I've come to avenge my father. And to do so, I intend to take Zorolja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm.
Though she has admitted that her power is pretty much non-existent.
It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa? You might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I am afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Okay, so they do admit it. They do admit that she's been here. Oh, shit.
What? We were
So
just
that's
with
why.
her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't
I don't know why
funny.
they remove the memories, though. Because it's not like they're phasing out of existence. I assume they're just recycling the souls, but I don't see. And they're like, then they live on inside you, but I don't see why they would remove the memories of them as well. Unless the dispersion of their soul to everybody weakens, like essentially, is like eliminating their existence, which then would make them fade from their memory. Either that, or those machines on their heads are just wiping their memories. Like,
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about.
so someone's gonna finally ask, what are these suspicious objects on everyone's heads?
How can you not
Something I
know
would have
who
asked
she
like
is?
right away. Like,
You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud.
oh, okay, that's interesting.
Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll
Yeah, it's a shame the queen left. You know, the person who could have answered those questions, the questions you should have asked, like right a fucking way. Like the second I show up in their town, I see the queen, who we're already suspicious of, and all of her subjects, all of which who have this suspicious thing on their heads, except for the queen. Like the queen is suspicious, so having everybody but the queen with these things on their head is just really suspicious. I mean, we shouldn't really ask the young people. We should ask the old people who would have been there with her longer. And ideally, we should have asked the queen. Oh, this is actually a really good spot to check too. Obviously, this is where they are. This is where she was kept. So this is a good choice. I do think it is pretty cool how they've kind of mixed the old style of Tyrol with all the new Alexandrian crap. Maybe. Like, why is no one mentioning the things on their head? Like, they even pan the camera to them. I assume it was because it was trying to let us know that the characters themselves noticed this shit. But like, why have you not noticed humongous glowing things on every fucking person's head? Like, yeah. Well, okay. So there we go. So she did mention it. Yeah, light on the device on his head, which began to blink. It's like, yeah, but like, could there be a connection about them losing their memory and them having these devices attached to their heads? Devices that you've literally never seen ever in your entire life? Literally never. Ever. Ever. Like, even Link Pearls don't look like this. This is super fucking weird. And the fact that they were wearing them and the Queen wasn't, that's suspicious. Even if, like, she doesn't need it or whatever, but like it's suspicious when these people you would consider Tirali, and she's Alexandrian, and she doesn't have it, and they do. Sure, she seems to care for her people, but she also doesn't have the device. So this could all be a lie, right? What the hell is that little thing? That's a little TV? So they're able to notice this little tiny thing all the way over there, but only this cutscene was the first time they mentioned the big glowing objects on everyone's head. Come on, dude. I wonder if we get that as a minion. That looks kind of cute. Oh, is that like a familiar for his mother? Has his mother used that as a familiar? That's why you recognized it? I bet his mother doesn't have the head thing on her head. I'm kind of curious why other people would accept it, but it probably is because if you have the thing on your head, having the thing on your head probably like allows them to accept the soul energy, the soul cells and stuff. So it probably extends their lifespan. Just having it, like, or they're able to accept like soul energy to extend their lifespan. So that's probably why they do it. But because otherwise it seems like only a disadvantage. Like having your memories be tampered with. Like what? Why would you accept that? Like, I mean, I guess I can kind of get it, right? Like you're not you lose your memories, you don't feel sad about them. And I can see them taking comfort in the fact, like, oh, well, yeah, but we've ground up their soul and mixed it into you guys, so they live on within you. You don't need to like remember them because they are literally within you now.
What is this?
Erenville!
A trap?
Yeah, I bet they're allies of his mother.
It really is you!
Huh?
Who?
I just have to get a look at you in the light. And I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Elnespia!
My darling, what now?
Did she upload her consciousness into that thing, or is she just like controlling it from behind somewhere?
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun bun. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way? Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I'd know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galoo Jaja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Elnespia was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you know my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
I'm sorry?
So we're probably not going to get her as a minion then, if it's an actual... Or we might get like a minionized version, that's like a smaller version of this, perhaps.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
I mean, I would assume it's the Resistance. I assume it's the Resistance that's going to go and fight Jurul Jah to take back their city, would be my guess. Unless it's a class system, and they want to break into the Everdark.
Get a handle on this place.
Just flat out,
Our
because like
things
Solution
still
9's
getting
keeping them out.
stranger.
I guess I don't see her body anymore, so I guess maybe she's dead and she uploaded her consciousness. Like, they're able to upload, like, memories and stuff to the cloud, so maybe that's like a cloud console or something. Rather than being uploaded to the cloud, she uploaded herself to that. Oh, okay, so she's alive. Because I was gonna say, like, they made it seem like the Viera are incredibly long-lived. So I was assuming that she was alive after 30 years, but then I don't see her body anywhere else. So, I mean, maybe she actually lives in the other city, and this is just a thing she actually like lives in the city, or maybe even in Solution 9, and then she's just controlling this to do things outside of the city. Okay, so I was right. Yeah, they are resistance effort for Zoralia. Yeah, and why didn't you ask this of the Queen? Like, this should have been the first thing you asked the Queen. Well, once you get to the city. Yeah, like, it should merge their personalities. So if you die in your soul, like if you die in your soul, and you use a spare soul, wouldn't like that soul's memories like kind of existence? Yeah, or is that why the memories get saved to the cloud? Yeah, memory. I see. So that's why they remove the memories so you can't be corrupted because they've been essentially wiped clean of memories. But I saw two different colored balls coming out of the people in Tulal. So is it because we have multiple shards on the source, so that's why there were multiple colored balls? Yeah, I mean, like, it's not necessarily bad. Like, you have no loss. Like, they will be remembered forever. Even in death, it's like, even in death, your grandmother could be like, your grandmother's life could be given to you, and you have another release at life. Like, you could die, and your grandmother or your parents literally save you, right? Like, they bring you back to life. It seems interesting, an interesting idea. Like, essentially, it just makes sure that everyone lives to their lifespan. And as long as you're recycling souls and stuff. Now, obviously, it does kind of suck. Oh, because we think, oh, yeah, we have to, like, mourn. But, like, really? Like, do we really need to mourn? Like, is there any value in mourning? Like, no. It just makes you feel sad. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, sure, like, you can't remember them. But, like, is there a need to remember them? Like, the good times, the bad? Like, well, why do you want to remember the good times? Well, because you're feeling sad that they're not there. So you're remembering the good times to placate yourself. But if you don't have those either good or bad memories, problem solved, right? Like, you don't need to feel good about them because you're not feeling bad about them. So it's I can understand both, right? I can understand both. I can understand the rationale behind this, but I don't think of it as like just bad. I do find it weird. Like, you're just like, I'm curious if there's any other like issues with the soul cell things. And of course, it seemed very like. But I mean, it's not like you're killing them, right? It's not like you're killing people for the souls, except obviously for the Turali. But like for these people, it's like, no, it's when you die of natural causes, they reprocess your soul and use it to benefit the rest of the people. Like, they're dead, they died of natural causes. It's not like you're like artificially doing something to fuck people over to harvest their souls. So it's, not terrible. I mean, both are true deaths, right? Like, whether you live to the end of your life or an unfortunate accident, both are true deaths. But yeah, I do understand. It's like, yeah, if you have the regulator on, you're far more likely to live a full lifespan. So you put on the regulator, you're like, cool, I'm going to live like 80 years. 80 years is pretty sweet. So if you have the ability to like revive from death so that you can make sure you live your full life, yeah, I can understand why people would want to do that. And it's like, oh no, you forget you forget your loved ones when they die. It's like, like that sucks. Especially sucks for like people who are married, and like one dies before the other, and now you're just like, actually, I don't know how the hell that would work then. Because like, okay, let's say you're married, you have children, right? One of the parents dies from like natural causes, and so the memories are expunged from everybody. So it would be from the other spouse and their children. But like, what would they? How would they remember? Like, what would they remember? Like, if you're expunging all memories of these people, like, what, these children are like, I just sprung into existence from nothingness, or my father somehow gave birth to both of us. Like, how does that work? Or is it something like, oh, we had a mother, but she died ages ago? Like, I mean, yeah, because you have to remember them, because you only exist because of them. So that's kind of weird. Now, maybe it's not a huge problem, because obviously these, they've only been here for 30 years. These are the new people. Yeah, I'm not sure how they deal with, like, the loss of a parent. Because it's like, well, how do you explain your own existence if you don't remember? And what happens when both parents are dead, and now you don't remember either of your parents? Actually, you know, I guess that's the idea, is that they already have the idea that, oh, if I don't remember something, it's because they've been saved in the cloud. So yeah, they would understand if there ever came a situation where they have to question themselves of how they came into existence. Like, oh, my parents must both be dead, and they were stored in the cloud. That's why my memories aren't there. Yeah, I guess as long as they have that, they would like at least accept it. I mean, what's wrong with using souls as a resource? You're not going to do it. You're not doing anything else with them. I mean, it's basically kind of what happens with the life stream, is that their souls go into the life stream and then come back and are reincarnated. They're just doing it manually, and I think they probably have to do it because their world was destroyed, so they have no life stream. It's the only way to keep things, consistently going. That would actually be really interesting, right? Like, if you give birth, are you losing one of your soul charges to give birth? Is that child consuming one of your soul charges from the regulator to do so? It's an interesting idea. Oh, okay, so she is wearing a regulator. It's the glowing crown thing. Oh. It's weird that the robots themselves are weak to lightning, but that's their that was their weapon. Like they were using light. I guess all their shit's powered by lightning, so it's not surprising there's a lot of lightning stuff. It is still weird though that their weakness is their power source. I mean, she's gonna die. She's gonna die and then resurrect. Yeah, I mean, I assumed that was going to happen. I assumed that she was going to die, because obviously it's going to show us, oh look, this is what happens when she revives. This is what happens when they revive, right? Obviously we saw it with Jewel Job, but now we'll see it when it's less ominous. Of course, it is funny. So she was just murdered, like, by that thing. That is just, what, standing there? It was charging you. It was attacking you. And while all this is going on, it's doing nothing. Yeah, I assume she has. Yeah, and it was just so after all its aggressiveness, it was just sitting there doing literally nothing while she revives and has this chat with us. It's like it's dumb. Like ideally, what should have happened is that we should have gone, started attacking it, right? While like they try to go revive her, she revives herself, and then like the thing breaks free, and then she's like, "Oh, I'll get it." Like the fact that all this happens is stupid. Is she gonna do Jewel Jaw's red power? She's probably consuming a soul to get artificial power. Maybe not even consuming a soul. Maybe it's just only used as part of a soul. Oh, that. I see. Oh. Okay. I thought there were still human souls. I didn't realize there. I thought the bestial strength was just strength you get just from empowering yourself on souls. So you're like juiced up on soul energy, so you're just like supercharged. I mean, I thought that bestial strength and demeanor was just like, you know, like getting high, essentially, getting high on souls. But it's because they're using beast souls themselves to. I guess that's kind of cool. Not so you don't have to use human souls to do something like that. Well, it's not like they can even reach the Ethereal Sea because this shard is essentially like was shattered, it was consumed, and this is a little bubble. So there is no Ethereal Sea, I don't think, unless it's like some sort of metaphysical thing. Also, working with anyone with those, like working with people with the regulators is incredibly risky because their memories can be removed with the regulators. Which means we like whatever relationships we build with these people and agreements we build. If someone is able to get in charge of the regulator system and wipe those memories, then these people who were our allies are now our, at best, don't know us, and at worst, our enemies. I mean, didn't he say that he was waiting for us to break, to go through his guard? Like, he's probably just waiting at the throne, find out where the throne room is, or find out where the thing is, and then fight your way through to him, and then fight him there. Like, that's what he literally said. He said he's waiting for you, fight your way through his guards, and get him, right? I'm pretty sure that's exactly what he said. That's the tough thing too, is that like this is a fine system as long as a just person is in power, but like with an unjust person in power, it's like you could just kill your dissenters and everyone forgets about them. It's just a super easy way to like stop all resistance because you just got to find the leader of the resistance, kill them, put a regulator on them, kill them, and then I mean, we're like obviously, if you're going to resist, they probably take off the regulators, so it does reduce its effectiveness. But for anyone who has the regulators, if you're trying to like get public opinion on your side, you just got to kill the people trying to convince other people, and then everyone will forget about them, and you'll be able to stop it, nip it in the bud.
You've been consulting with Wuk Lamat. No matter. I do not know what you are scheming, but when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no... Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Not really. Now that they've actually connected with the other world, they don't really need you anymore.
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wuk Lamat bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliolo? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family. The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did.
I mean, to be fair, he also killed you, so you got your ass handed to you. You needed to essentially cheat to win.
For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing.
Yeah, because you fucking lost.
To kill them is my only recourse. Wuk Lamat and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. that such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions.
Is he talking about like shutting down the soul servers or something like that to kill everybody?
Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as Argos align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason.
Or does he just mean he'll send his soldiers to kill them all?
Uklamat, if you are Father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuli Yolal.
What now?
wonder if it has to do with the quality of the soil. It also could be like the soul exchange thing. Is like because they're using souls essentially to like give themselves longer lives. It's possible that the souls that like the ethereal energy that should be going back to the ethereal sea to nourish the land. So it's just you're essentially getting in the way of that. So so you're just not allowing as much energy to get back into the land. That'd be my guess, but I don't know. I'm not sure if they're ever going to explain that. This is a chain quest, so maybe they'll look into it more for the subsequent ones.
Everkeep. A tower of electrobe piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds. Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
Spectacular, isn't it? There are more districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Perfectly natural reaction. A city of shimmering electrobe, replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed the light back home in Tuliolo. Now, while I go and explain the situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations. And you want to know more about Sphene and Zoralj's Dominion, do you not?
I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely. As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the Sentry scrutiny. Ah, the elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
All right then, we'll show ourselves around.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
Try not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later.
I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
What's with this place? How can this all be the inside of a tower?
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe. But come, tell me about your adventurer friend. You seem to have a great deal of faith in her. You must have been through a lot.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Kalanasphere, why didn't you mention this sooner?
You want to explore together? It's not that I'm scared or anything. Everything is just so different from home is all.
Wow, it's so pretty.
Lua! Lamati!
Sphene!
I was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Now, I know you've scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
Oh, a request, you say?
Yes, an important one. I'll say it plain. I want you to make peace with Zoraal Ja.
What? I thought you said you weren't on his side.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his method. Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste. Unequipped with regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
I appreciate your concern, but you ask the impossible. Zoraal Ja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people too, and so you must understand how I feel. Why I cannot, will not back down.
Yeah, like if Zoraal Ja was the type to give up or say, if we could convince Zoraal Ja to stop, then maybe there would be something, but he will not, so we cannot.
Let me say only this then. Zoraal Ja will use any means to win. If you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can. It may ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But, unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
You really are a curious. Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Tuliyollal. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our attention to affairs.
Please. So you have comrades on whom you can rely.
envy you.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
About me?
To be frank, we're still not sure whether or not you're trustworthy. So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around? Oh, but I jest. I'm flattered that you've taken an interest in me. Very well. I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself. If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
By all means, we're in your capable hands.
That you are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour, I promise.
Ah, that's a big cafeteria. Oh, I see. So is that what caused the cataclysm? Is that the wars created by searching for that material? I don't know, the fact that they're that excited about watching us eat it for the first time makes me really suspicious that these taste like shit. Oh, that's surprising. I thought it'd be tasting horrible. Is she a robot? Is she not actually human? Okay, that's really suspicious. I bet she's not human. That looks so stupid. So is the mother gonna die, and we're gonna see the son forget them in front of us or something? That's the son? Oh no, that's the mother and that's the son. Oh, so okay, so I got it reversed, right? Is Milos gonna die and then like the mother's gonna forget him right in front of us? I mean, if he's paralyzed, why do you have him resting on his side? That seems like a weird. Like, why not have him in a chair or something? Oh, so he can speak. Although it is a little crazy if you think about it, right? It's just like, okay, well, why is that happening? Because you're just becoming too etherically balanced to 11, which makes sense because of how, you know, presumably the cataclysm they experienced was one of 11. But the weirder thing is, like, considering their advanced like level of soul manipulation, it's weird that they can't etherically balance souls. Now, I do realize like we only were able to do that because of what we found out recently in Shadowbringers, where we created our Porxies, and so they were using Porxies as a medium to rebalance Aether. But it is a little surprising because, like, you know, they clearly have a lot of experience with souls, and if they're able to like remove the memories from souls, then why can't they, like, you know, tune the Aether?
strange contraptions everywhere you look. What's that?
An infusion station. It dispenses souls in exchange for credits. Through hard work, citizens can obtain the peace of mind provided by spare souls. It's the way of life for Alexandrians and has been for quite some time. But I imagine it must be difficult for outsiders to comprehend.
That's putting it lightly. To be honest, it sounds disturbing. Still, I won't dismiss it out of hand. Practices like these don't arise from nothing. There's a reason why your culture is the way it is, and I'd like to understand. Won't you tell us some of your realm's history?
Very well. Be warned, though, that it may take a while.
What? I wasn't warned that this cutscene was going to take a long time.
Over 1,000 years ago, it said, lightning energy began to swell in our world.
Was our last command Calamity Lightning? I thought, or maybe it was. I think, yeah, because the Earth one was at the Allegan era. But I thought it was Earth, then water, because that was the Nimians and Machi. And it was the flood that like flooded Nimia, and that was the War of the Magi. I thought Thunder was before then. I thought the first one was wind, then thunder, then earth, then water. I forget. Or maybe the first one was fire. I'll have to double check actually. Let me look at my it's like at the Okay, so it was the second one. So the first one, the first umbral area was the Calamity of Wind. Then the first astral area was the time of Stone and Fire. So the second Calamity was Lightning. So one would assume that yeah, so it was Calamity of Wind, Calamity of Lightning, Calamity of Fire. Then there's Calamity of Earth. That was the end of the Allegans. Okay, so Lightning was second. But I'm pretty sure that they said the Allegans was like over 1,500 years ago. And the Calamity of Lightning happened before then. And if this is a shard, and they were stricken with lightning, then that should have been what had them bond with us. Like, that should have been what rejoined their shard with us, or the majority of their shard with us, apart from this little bit that was saved, apparently. So that is weird. Like, it should have been longer than 1,000 years ago. So I'm not sure why they're saying it's only been 1,000 years. However, we already do know that the time is acting weird. So it could be... Well, actually, no, I guess I did say over 1,000 years ago. Over 1,000 years ago. But you would think if it was like 3,000 years ago, they would say over 3,000 years ago. Unless maybe they just don't have any records beyond 1,000 years, so it's like they just don't know. But yeah, so I would say it should be longer. But it could be a time thing, or it could be that like something happened and like they when their bubble happened, maybe the time froze or something, or it just started to go really slowly or something. I'm not sure. Time could have gone weirdly. So for them, it could have been like those 1,000 years were actually 3,000 hours, and only just recently started time in their world start to accelerate. But that's hard to say. But either way, I believe that the Calamity of Lightning second calamity of the source was what was the rejoining of the majority of this shard to the source. But they were able to create a barrier to isolate part of their world to keep it alive. So that little section of their world was just set adrift, kind of like how the first was. It wasn't really set adrift because like the first still had their world there. It was just like frozen in light, and because the rejoining failed, the rejoining wasn't completed. So, or maybe it did actually. Maybe no. Because like, we were able to rebalance it. So presumably it didn't properly rejoin. Either way, so the idea could be that they did the rejoining. It was successful. It got most of their aether over, but then they essentially were set adrift, and that's why they're doing the soul thing too. Is because they're just kind of running out of energy. Because like I'm not sure. Like maybe I'm not sure if they're still connected to the Ethereal Sea. So like maybe they have to create their own like They had to create their own reincarnation system because they were essentially getting because they were cut off from the Ethereal Sea. I don't know, actually, even set adrift, it should still be connected to the source in some way. I mean, obviously, they were able to connect to it, so clearly it is. But yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, it should have been more than 1,000 years ago, because that should have been the Calamity of Levin.
According to ancient records that date back around 8 centuries, the rainy season spanned a quarter of the year.
Yeah, see, that doesn't make sense, because obviously this is already dating itself to less than 1,000 years, but I'm pretty sure that the Allegan Empire was like over 1,000 years ago, so this wouldn't line up with the Calamity of Levin happening before the Allegan Empire even started. So, yeah, whatever. Anyway, I'll be right back into the bathroom.
Four centuries later, this season had lengthened to nearly half the year. The trend continued, with our ancestors spending longer and longer languishing beneath storm clouds. Crops failed and livestock starved. But amidst this growing desperation, a miraculous material was discovered that promised salvation: Electrope.
The stuff that's used everywhere here.
Indeed. One day, when out inspecting a forest after lightning had caused a fire, a villager came upon a curious black ore none had seen before. Testing revealed that the ore possessed a singular property: It could store lightning and convert it to other energies. In that instant, the scourge of endless storms became a blessing. Dubbed Electrope, the ore found use in myriad inventions and dramatically improved people's lives. So much so, in fact, that all nations soon became dependent upon it, despite the difficulty of obtaining it in quantity. Supply was chronically scarce, and when nations couldn't meet their needs with their own deposits, some resorted to taking Electrope from others. Fighting was isolated and sporadic until Electrope came to be used in warfare. First in the weaponry of invaders, then in the countermeasures of defenders, and then in every aspect of combat where an advantage might be had.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. You said that you said you made it seem like you didn't have weapons until Zoraal showed up, and he, now maybe this society didn't have weapons, and he just used the technology to make them. But you made it seem like he was the first one who made it seem like you ever considered using them for war, which is like, oh, it seems like your people did. Maybe you didn't have weapons in this little bubble until he showed up and made some more, but your civilization did at some point.
This served only to exacerbate the ore shortage, leading to further escalation. Before long, the entire world was engulfed in a terrible war known as the Storm Surge. As the war came to a head, Alexandria's neighbor, Lindblum, committed its stores of Electrope to the production of a weapon of mass destruction.
Oh, yes, that's why Alexandria... Yes, Alexandria is a city in Final Fantasy IX. Lindblum is also a city in Final Fantasy IX. I also was noticing that the background music is a remix of Final Fantasy IX music as well. I knew they were going to do it. And Solution 9 was a move in Final Fantasy IX as well. I knew there was going to be references. I just didn't think about Alexandria, simply because we have an Alexandria on Earth. Like in Egypt has the Library of Alexandria existed in Egypt. I was thinking there was a reference to that, but I'm like, oh yeah, duh. Final Fantasy IX had the city of Alexandria where Queen Brahi and Garnet lived, and then Lindblum was where Cid is. Okay.
They deployed it on the front lines and triggered a calamity of frightful magnitude. Not even their own scientists had anticipated the force of the lightning that was unleashed. The energy inundated the entire continent, laying it to waste.
So that's how your world came to be this way.
You truly know a great many things that I don't. I should like to learn about you too sometime. But to continue the tale, the people of Alexandria had already lost much to the war. They lost almost everything else to the Levin. Those who survived bore deep scars, tormented by the memory of loved ones taken too soon. Though they yet lived, the cruel spectre of death was with them always.
So that's probably where they thought of the resonators to take memories away, because of how much death there was. And there was so much death that it was too much to deal with, and forgetting it just seemed like a simpler solution, rather than try to actually like process it all.
Seeking a solution, our scientists turned once more to Electrope. And our physical death isn't the end. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. This belief sustained us then, and it sustains us now, granting us comfort.
That's quite a tale.
Your Majesty, help me! I beg you, help me!
What's the matter?
I've got no souls left. Not a single one! But the lot at Soul Supply refused to give me any! Please, you...
Get to what?
Apologies, Your Majesty. This man, he does no work. Instead, he drinks his days away on Trueview. He has only himself to blame if he has no credits for souls.
That's not true! I'm a fighter at the Arcadian. Or rather, I was. I haven't been allowed to fight because of the King's decree. It isn't my choice.
I see. You're a brave warrior of the arena. I want to help you, I sincerely do. But I cannot give you preferential treatment.
Then open up the Arcadian again, so I can fight!
I'm sorry, but that's not my decision to make. The King requires feral souls for war. He doesn't wish for them to be expended on amusements.
You're useless! A queen in naught but name!
I mean, yeah, just as useless as you. A man who doesn't do any work. I mean, it's true, though. She has, like, no power. What can she do?
Take that tone with Her Majesty.
It's quite all right. Such things don't bother me, nor do I think ill of this man. Hear me. Though I cannot grant you a soul, I mean it when I say I want you to live. I love all of you equally, dearly. You are as family to me, and it pains me to see you deny yourself hope. I want you to find a happiness all your own, even if you must grow it from the smallest seed of joy. Out there, somewhere, is a reason for you to smile again.
Yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's his own fault, right? It's like, oh, you want to open up the Arcadian, and you would survive if you open up the... Yeah, but the Arcadian isn't open, and all you're doing is sitting around drinking. So why don't you get off your fucking ass and do something for yourself, right? Like, stop blaming me for your inability to find a job.
I will always be willing to lend an ear.
Yes, Mum. Of course. Even without a spare soul, I suppose I'm fine as long as I stay in Solution 9.
Yeah, and it's also kind of weird thing is like, why do you have no spare? Like, it's like, are you selling your souls for money? Like, you reverse selling? Like, because obviously we saw them like changing their money for souls, but like, why do you have no souls? Like, you were a fighter in the Arcadian. You should have had. You should like even when they closed it, you should have had some spare souls at that time. So why do you have no souls now? After the Arcadian is long, because presumably Zorulja shut down the Arcadian ages ago, right? Like he showed up over 30 years ago. Maybe he only did it recently once his war efforts, but like you think for the past few years or something, it's been closed. So it's just like if it's been closed for a while, then like where did your souls go? Like what have you been doing that you lost the souls that you had? Unless you're selling them for money and choosing not to work, which is like, it's your own fault.
I apologize for my rudeness. Good day to you.
I mean, still, that's very nice what she did. She's a very nice person. Obviously, a lot of people would just be like, fuck you, dude, and like, it's your own fault for this, and
Keep your chin up, my friend. And when you feel better, I'm sure you'll find another way to apply your talents. I'm sorry you had to see that. Let's keep moving, shall we? Right. I believe we've visited all the main facilities. With that, I declare our tour concluded.
That man from before, does that sort of thing happen often?
Somewhat. It's unavoidable. Hardships are a fact of life. Our soul management system has sustained our realm for generations, but it isn't without flaws. For one, people have become accustomed to having spare souls. Without them, they feel vulnerable and anxious. Some claim it may also have contributed to a decline in births.
Just thinking out loud, but would it be possible to do away with the system?
No.
I know it isn't easy to change one's beliefs and way of life. The Mamulja had their reasons for their reliance on blessed siblings, much as you have yours for souls. But if we defeated Zorulja, you'd be able to make all the decisions, right? Then we could work together to fix things. Restore your realm to where it belongs, and see where we can go from there.
I mean, that's a nice thing to say, sure, but like, she just said no, right? You have no clue why she said no. It could be that she literally can't. It could be that everyone would literally die without them. Now, probably not, because obviously people have taken off their resonators and therefore don't have spare souls. But like, there could be some actual reasoning behind that. Like, it could be that the souls that are being, like, the parts of the souls. It could be that like there actually is a need for the souls. Like, there could be like that's what's power. That's like what helping to power or do a bunch of this shit. So it's like yeah. So we really need to know why she says it's not possible, or if she was just saying no. Like, people are already anxious because.
Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
Something's going to interrupt us. Yep, knew it. Here we go.
What is it?
Obviously, it's going to be interrupted.
Actually, never mind. It's nothing of import.
But yeah, like there obviously is something, right? There's some reason. We should have pressed her. We should have asked her. The fact that we're not pressing her on this is stupid.
It was lovely showing you around.
It's also crazy that she's like, oh, I can't speak of it here. It's like, oh, why? But because there's that thing over there, like the thing that can't hear you if you spoke quietly. You know, like, or took us elsewhere where there's not them.
We've learned not only about your realm,
but again, it's dumb. Well. It's like you should have asked that question. You should have been like, hey, why? Because obviously we can't we can't help her figure out how to solve a world without souls if we don't know the reason why she thinks her people can't live without them, right? Because there could actually be a reason beyond just simply removing the resonators.
For now, our priority is Zoraal Ja. But once we've dealt with him, perhaps I can return the favor and show you Tuliyollal.
I'd like that very much. It seems I've no choice but to continue down this path.
Yeah, sure, if you're not going to ask us for help. But, that's the thing, is, it could be, because obviously, there's some sort of, mother computer, an actual operating system for this entire city. It could be that runs on souls, perhaps, or uses souls. Maybe maybe it doesn't use the soul energy, but maybe it uses the soul, the memories and stuff to do something. So it's if you stop the system, the city would then break down. Maybe it's not purely powered by lightning.
Forgive me, Vau Wuklamart, but I must disappoint you.
Oh, are they like second-class citizens or something? Because his clothing did look kind of shitty. So it could be that all of them have... Because like we're only seeing a humanoid. So it could be that the Mamulja and like the Hanu and all those, you know, non-human type are considered second-class citizens, maybe? Because like I haven't seen any Hrothgar, I haven't seen any Mamulja or any Hanu, so I'm curious if like they're treated as like second-class citizens. Because like look at his clothes too. His clothes are very basic. So it's hard to say that's because if he is what he is. Like maybe Droolja doesn't like him, and so people don't treat him well. Oh, okay. So he's not treated poorly, I guess.
Wonderful! They're here!
We've only just arrived ourselves.
Amazing!
I bid you welcome to the back room. Oblivion's humble headquarters.
A hideout tucked behind a drinking hole. Brings back memories, doesn't it?
Our members here are mainly creators and adapters. That is, scientists and engineers who specialize in electro. They use their skills to provide support to our field operatives. Geralt, Shale, be so kind as to give our friends an
Geralt is still shirtless even here, although now he has hair.
Well, there's provisioning. Gotta have supplies to fight a good fight, ain't ya? Luckily, we got the tools to craft most of what we need.
Gathering intelligence is another vital aspect of our work. Everkeep's core system is a veritable treasure trove of information. You just need to know how to get in and find it. We also handle surveillance and communications, watching the enemy's movements and coordinating our own, that sort of thing.
And among all our activities, we spend a fair bit of effort investigating preservation. The organization credited with laying the foundations of electrope technology. From the soul management system to Everkeep's design, they're behind just about everything you see here. It'd be no exaggeration to say they made this realm what it is. But their magnum opus was without a doubt the power which was used to join Alexandria to Tural. Interdimensional fusion.
Said power isn't unlike my summoning technique and the magic within Azam's crystal. Yet, though the effect is localized, to be able to fuse realities. Even with my knowledge, I struggle to conceive how it could be possible.
Incidentally, the founders of our group, a husband and wife, were members of Preservation at one point. That they opposed the fusing of worlds, and so defected in order to prevent it.
Kryle's parents.
While not entirely unexpected, given what we have seen, this is still quite the revelation.
By the by, that's an interesting earring you have there. A novel way of carrying a data storage device. Oh, you didn't know? Well, as a precautionary measure against machine infiltration, we scan everyone as they enter. And when we scanned you, we detected a small quantity of electrope. Though it's been dressed up, that earring is a storage device and no mistake. Bought it from a shop here, did you?
No, it isn't bought, but inherited.
So these people sent you through the portal along with the earring?
Do you know aught of them?
Listen, Kryle. The husband and wife...
Yeah, you were literally told about a husband and wife.
It's believed that they were Malala.
Yeah. So obvious. Like, my first thing was, oh, okay, Kryle's parents. And, like, you hear that and you don't think your parents? Now, of course, the weirder thing is where the hell do they go, right? They dumped Kryle off, but then where do they go after that?
They were your parents, or perhaps close relation. This I posit because they were the very individuals who spearheaded the research into interdimensional fusion. As traitors to preservation, if they had a child they feared they couldn't keep safe, entrusting her to the people of another world might have been their best option.
My parents, the founders of Oblivion. Tell me everything you know about them, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Anything and everything.
We don't even know their names, I'm afraid. In a bid to elude Preservation's agents, we suspect they erased all trace of themselves. I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help. If you're interested, though, you're welcome to review our accumulated data.
Yes, please. As an individual and
I'm surprised that there's a. I'm surprised
to
her
learn as
accent. I was kind of
much as
expecting her to sound more like Aaronville or like any movie Tyrell. She just sounds so like American.
I should also like to peruse the data. Where the joining of realities is concerned, I may well be of service.
Of course. Feel free to peruse to your heart's content.
Thank you.
If you like, I can examine your earring. I have to say, the prospect that it belonged to our founders has me itching to take a look.
I dare say we have enough eyes to pore over your records. Is there any other way we might be productive?
Not right now. We're still waiting for Zoraljah to make the next move.
In that case, Alice, would you mind accompanying me?
Gladly.
Oh, I've buggered it up again!
Never a moment's peace. Pay him no mind.
Oi! You two there! One of you give me a hand, would you? Don't matter who.
I just remembered I have matters to discuss with Shay.
Oh man, I didn't get it in time. I mean, I got one of the screenshots in time, not the good one. God damn it! I didn't realize it was going to go off. Oh, that's pretty cool. Can I get another one of those? I really hope that's a. I hope that's a firework. I hope we get that as a firework, so that I can.
I've been meaning to ask about that Mamulja child. Could he be...
Yes. In all likelihood, he's Zoralja's son.
So you think so too?
Did he clone himself?
But what is he doing here?
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the Drift Downs a few years ago.
To think he'd cast aside his child.
We can't say for certain who he was born to, or why he was on his own. But he's a blue-scaled Hubigo, and Zoralja is the only other one around.
Yeah, I assume he was trying to have a child to see if he would be as powerful as himself, but he ended up being lacking, so he dumped him.
That being the case, everyone assumes they're father and son. Even the boy has put two and two together. This all happened when he was very little, so he has no recollection of his parents. It breaks my heart to think of it.
What's his name?
Guja. It was my hope that he'd grow up to be a man of principle, like like his grandfather.
It's a fine name.
I should mention that the boy is a little unusual. At first, I intended to raise him as my own. But just when I thought he was warming to me, he suddenly disappeared. We searched high and low for several days. And where should he turn up? But in the wilds near Everkeep.
What? It's a miracle he didn't fall prey to fiends.
See? That's another unusual thing. Creatures don't seem to attack him. He could pick his way through the Thunder Yards as if he were on a stroll. On making inquiries, we learned that he had been living alone and receiving food from the people of the outskirts. This became something of a pattern. We track him down and bring him back, only for him to disappear again within a matter of days. He would return to the wilds without fail, and once again rely on the kindness of strangers to survive. Finally, I took the hint and left him be, giving him the solitude he prefers, and lending a hand only when he explicitly asks.
If Gulool is Zorolja's child, that makes him my nephew. Assuming he's willing, I'd be glad to take him in like Papa did for me. But seeing as I'm here to kill his father, I don't know if it would be right.
I mean, and you were literally just told that like, no matter who takes him in, he runs away and goes out from the wilds. It's like, you could take him in, but what's to say it's not going to do the exact same thing to you? Like, he clearly wants to be alone for the most part. Now, my thought is that maybe he understands that he's trying to, like, prove himself so that Gulool will pick him up again and be like, oh, look how, like, resourceful I am. You know, I am your son, please pick me up, you know. That's hard to say.
Who was that?
Oh dear. It's Gulool.
Don't tell me he heard everything.
Oh, this is my fault. I asked that he be kept away, but I should have taken more precautions.
I'm going after him. I need to explain.
Wait, Damaji.
Oh, because you said you were going to kill
your haste, but it'd be best
his father.
Kapkiwa, do you have any idea where he might go?
There's no telling, I'm afraid. He could as easily be outside the tower as here in Solution 9.
If those who can fight would search below, my mother and I will scour the district.
I thought we were going to see his mother's body. Like, why are you still in that thing? Where's the real you?
Sounds like a plan. Let's get to it.
Oh, there's only 2 instances here. Only 3 here. Interesting. Okay. So it seems like only the beginner areas have 6 instances. Wow, what the hell is that? Okay, so the range of that is pretty good.
He's come a long way on such short legs. It's a relief he didn't get hurt.
What's here, I wonder?
You got a picture of his mother or something?
So he's looking after those little ones.
Gulool-Ja.
Not another step!
What?
A sentry?
Run, Gulool-Ja, run!
You know the boy. Who are you? And what do you want?
My name is Wuk-Lamat, and I've come to talk to Gulool-Ja.
Is that so?
I'm sorry if I scared you. I want to get to know you better. That's all.
And you, my boy, do you wish to speak with them?
I heard them talking. She said she's going to kill my father.
Villains! I will deal with them forthwith!
But... I want to get to know her too.
I see. If that is your desire, then I shall stand aside.
All right then. Let's talk, you and I. Lots. But, who's the ancient-looking and articulate machine?
It has the jointed legs of a Mamool-Ja, also the kind of tail, and its number of fingers is also reminiscent of a Mamool-Ja.
If I look ancient, it is because I am.
This has been my vessel for no less than 380 years.
Vessel? Otis is my friend. When I was hungry and sad, he came and looked after me. He cooks for me and teaches
Darn, I thought it was
me
going to be
all
called
kinds
Steiner.
of things. Like how to read and write and not be noticed by dangerous creatures.
This machine cooks for you?
And teaches you about fiends. What is he exactly?
Ah, how remiss of me. I had neglected to introduce myself. Sir Otis Valona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. And you?
You're Captain of the Knights?
And there I thought it was Gululja with whom you wished to speak. Not that I'm averse to taking a walk down memory lane. But ere I regale you, we must take our repast.
A meal. Here. I hate to turn down food, but I'd prefer to have this conversation in the back room.
Please, I'm really hungry.
All right, all right. A repast it is.
She's going to spoil her nephew silly. I'll send word to Erenville so the others can stop worrying.
Now, if
I mean, literally all of us can do it. Hold on, link shots work.
I shall whip up
These are
my
link shots.
most delectable
It'll just take 5 seconds. mean, obviously he's gonna say Otis. Darn. Obviously, like, the top one is the most endearing one. The middle one's funnier, so I want to do that one. I mean, it seems easy. Remember, they are extracting memories from the person, so the personas live in their, like, cloud surfers, right? So it's not crazy to think that if they had all memories of a person and are able to implant souls, they could just implant the memories into this thing. Is the princess Sphene? I assume she's. I feel like she's not human. I feel like she was the princess. Like, I think she's very much like this dude. I think she's very much like this dude in that she died ages ago, right? You know, from long, and then she just uploaded her personality into a robot to be the princess. You know, for then on. I think this princess 450 years ago is her. Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe it's not. Maybe she's not. Oh, I see. So maybe it's not that she is in a robot body. Maybe it's that whoever so maybe whoever is the queen it's a hereditary. It's not really hereditary. I think it's maybe it's a volunteer thing. And essentially, what they do is they probably overwrite her memories with the princesses. That's what I'm thinking happening. I think Sphene is not a robot. I think she might be an actual human, but I think what they've done is that's why her resonator, is that what it's called, resonator, is different. I think hers is different is because they've essentially jammed the queen's memories over hers. So essentially, like, mix their souls together. So essentially, she's more the queen than not. That's my guess. That's what I'm going to guess. I was thinking that she was a robot and she had died, and then when I saw this guy, I'm like, oh, maybe it's like that. But his robot body is pretty basic, so maybe they don't have that technology. But maybe since they extracted her soul, maybe they just have taken her memories, or maybe even they've taken her whole soul in its entirety and then just use it and push it into someone else's body, or using the resonator, and then have them using, be as that soul, as that queen soul, then roll. So maybe it is. I don't know. Like, what are the endless? Like, you're saying, the beings that we recreate from the souls are endless, but it's like, do you mean that they're endless because you're constantly like recycling them? So essentially, when that body dies, you just put the soul into a new body and keep. Oh, so she is living forever. So is she in a robot body, or I don't quite get this then? Like, I thought maybe like she was a robot, right? But and maybe she is a robot. Maybe Otis is only looks so crude just because he's the first one, and so they perfected it. They perfected it. So yeah, so I thought she was a robot. I guess she should still be. Then I thought, oh, well, because she doesn't look like a robot, then maybe what they've done is just replace like an actual person and just keep replacing people with her soul, or to essentially attain immortality. Well, it's not. It's not even like you're saying. Oh, how like for their intelligence gathering. I'm sure they wouldn't have, like they had to have noticed. It's like, well, yeah, no shit, you would have noticed. You lived in this realm for 30 years. You would have seen an unaging queen. Like that alone would just be incredibly suspicious. Now I'm kind of curious if how many like other types of endless there are, because he makes it seem like there seems to be lots of them. So I'm kind of curious, like where are these lots of them? Are they chilling in a special room? Is it like a residential area where you go to and you see the endless? Like, what qualifies you to become an endless? Are they actually like? Because that was the whole thing. Is he mentioned, oh, if his body broke down, that would be it for him, right? Hardly an endless thing. So it's like, well, in that case, then it's not really that the vessels themselves are endless. It's just the memories live on. So the question then becomes: are they just putting your memories? Are they just taking the memories and then implanting them into other people, essentially overwriting their existence? Is that what they're doing? Because like if you can remove memories, obviously you can remove their memories, implant the memories of the person you want, and then they've, for all intents and purposes, have become that old person, right? But you're essentially wiping out that person's current existence to replace them with whoever you wanted. So obviously the ethics of that are shit. Like that's a really, really bad thing to do. So I'm curious if she's attaining immortality by replacing vessels and just implanting them with memories, but they're making it seem like she's been ever young, which makes it seem more like her vessel is immortal. Or maybe it's a robot and they're just fine-tuning, replacing the robot, and if it breaks down, actually, I guess that could be it. All the endless could be robots. And it's just that when the vessel breaks down itself, like when the robot just breaks down, they have to replace the robot body, they can just put the new memories in, problem solved. So I guess it really matters. It's like, are they putting memories in robot bodies like they did for Otis? But unlike Otis, just the memories, and then they just, it doesn't really matter if the robot body gets destroyed, they can just replace it and move on and do it again. But yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Nahe, is that you?
Good gods, Ellen Nespia! It's been too long, my friend.
Oh, it's a girl. That was a good dude.
Where have you been all these years? What have you been doing with yourself?
That's a weird thing to say. Where have you been? Like, what? Like, you should know that you're in a weird spot. Are you? Why do you...
Hold on. They say Queen Sphene has guests from outside the barrier. That's you, I gather?
Yeah, like, and that's the weird thing. Is like, you should know that, like, I wasn't with you guys, so, like, you should be like, oh, shit, people came from beyond the barrier. That's the only way you could have arrived.
It seems so. I'm looking for my mother. Do you know where she is?
Your mother? Sorry, but what was she like again?
Okay, so she is dead. So she only exists within that terminal, I guess. So she's an endless, I guess. And I guess maybe that's what endless are for the most part.
What? It's Kafkiwa. You know, the one who was too adventurous by half? Who journeyed with the Dawn Servant?
It's not ringing any bells.
So obviously that means she died. I mean, that's the weird thing. Is like, they might not even be dead, right? Like, they could have just been, since they can, like, remove memories, they could just remove their memory. Even, like, before they die. Although, yeah, so it's like, so it makes it seem more like that, yeah, like, his mother's dead. Mother is dead, and I guess she only lives on in that little robot thing.
I really don't. It's all a blank.
Is anyone else here from the village?
Hey!
Is he like catatonic or something? Is he all like fucked up because they like removed too much of his memories or something? Of her memories.
Ellen Nespia?
I'm looking for Kafkiwa. Where is she?
What's this all of a sudden? Who's Kafkiwa?
This cannot be.
I mean, sure, I can understand his... I mean, obviously it's his mother. He doesn't want to hear about his mother dying. But also, it's like, come on, robot mother. Like, why did you not mention before I went looking for you that you were dead?
The memories of the departed are taken away. No.
Meshpir, where are you? The others will be here soon, so hurry back, won't you? Do you hear me?
Yeah, so I don't know. Like, is she just an endless? Or is this a trap? It's like, why didn't she bring it up? Or is part of the process making her think that she's still alive? So she thinks her body's somewhere else. And she's not. Or maybe she wanted to broach the subject at a different moment and she didn't expect him to go looking for her right away. But still, it's be like, that would be one of the first things I'd ask her. Like, oh, okay, hey, where do you live? Where's your body? Like, where can I see you in real life? Like, why wouldn't you have asked her that? Because, like, at the time, you would have trusted her, so you would have looked. I would have asked her first. She presumably knows where she is, right? Presumably, the endless thing is what matters most, right? Like it's like that's probably why she doesn't want to like shut down the soul thing, is because then all the endless would die. Like maybe you can only be an endless because you're constantly getting streamed that person's memories rather than implanted. Like they are actually literally in the cloud, and the endless bodies are actually just like receptors, so they just receive that person's consciousness. So it could be like that. That's why if you shut down that machine, then all endless drop dead because they're no longer receiving any signals from the server. Oh, it's that way. I thought it was going to be in this area. Oh, okay. So essentially, what they're saying is that maybe they don't get physical bodies. Maybe they are just endless because they are acting as cloud terminals, robot terminals, where the memories can then be implanted and essentially keep them alive. And essentially, the cloud server. And now it's just costing too much energy to keep the cloud server alive because there's just too many, dead people. He grows soul energy, so he's going in and extracting our souls. I see. So yeah, that's why Zoraal can provide it, because he's saying, I'm going to go out there and kill people, and we can use the energy extracted from the dead people. Which is like, I guess you're protecting your people, but at the same point, like, the energy you need is to keep your dead people alive. These people have died. They've lived a long life, and they're dead. Like, just let them die. Stop screwing over the entire world so that you can keep your dead people alive, right? I'm a little curious because I saw when they absorb something from people, those robots did. I saw two balls come out of a person. It was a white one and a orangey one. The white one you would assume is the soul, right? But then what's the orangey one? Or is it? I thought that maybe it was because the people on the source are combined shard, combined of multiple shards. Maybe it was one ball for each shard, perhaps. But it could be that one was the soul and maybe the other's the memories? I'm not sure. And I know and that's the thing, is, so because of Hunts, I know, obviously we can see right here, Epic Fate Living Memory. Well, considering I know about the Endless, that means we're probably going to go into the cloud server. Would be my guess.
Why don't you come with us? You might get to see Sphene.
Tis a magnanimous and much appreciated offer. But
I mean, that's weird, because we literally just saw her, and didn't we come through the only path we can get? The path everyone has to go through to get back to this side? So, how wouldn't they have come across her as well?
Part of me longs for an audience with her.
So that didn't really make sense. Why did we meet Sphene, but those two weren't there? Why? I thought we were going back with them.
Protect my queen. I couldn't bear to show my face before her. And such an uncomely one besides.
All right. If that's how you feel, we won't force you. But rest assured, we'll visit with Gulool Ja, and we hope you'll cook for us again.
be my pleasure. You are welcome to bring other comrades should you so desire. The more the merrier.
Nostalgia, was it? What's the matter?
It's Zoralja. He marches to Vanguard.
So he's done waiting. But why weren't we alerted sooner?
Our transmissions are being jammed. The lookouts couldn't get through to us. Wayakwe is at Vanguard too, but I can't reach her.
I thought the whole point was he was waiting for us to attack.
What are we
so,
to do?
I mean,
Stay calm. Kafkiwa has yet to be alerted, yes? Take her to the back room as fast as you can.
Our link pearls may still work. I'll try contacting those in Tuliolol.
Oris, I need you to keep Guloja safe.
You needn't ask.
I want to go with you.
Absolutely not. A battle's no place for you.
Kululja, the people of the outskirts must be evacuated. For this crucial task, I require your assistance. Remember, when battle is at hand, anything can happen. Caution is as valuable as any blade.
Yes, sir.
I managed to get hold of Alphano. He'll inform Kona.
Good. How's the situation in Tuliolol?
There's nothing to worry about, or so my brother assured me. With such short notice, though, I doubt they'll be fully prepared.
I mean, the first thing I would have also asked would be like, how long have we been gone? Just to make sure the amount of time between the realms is truly synced.
I'm coming, Zoralja. And we will finish this once and for all.
Oh, regulators, not resonators. Okay, that's what those things were called.
Zorolcha!
Oh, he's just there.
Hello.
You disappoint me, Uklamat. We are foes, yet you had my admiration for defeating Father and claiming the throne. But instead of coming for me, you gallivant with the resistance. Do I intimidate
I see. Okay. So he expected us to come straight for him. He expected us to come in, go right for him, and so when we went into other shit, he was just like, okay, fuck this, I'm gonna invade. Clearly they're not, coming after me. I see. So we would have eventually came after him, but because we're not going at, because we weren't thinking solely of him.
I am here, brother. I did not run, nor hide. I have come to kill you. Let her go. Your quarrel is with me.
And will you settle it one-on-one, or call upon all and sundry yet again? Not that it would make any difference.
No. Like Papa did, I'll face you alone.
Really? You believe you stand a chance? Have you forgotten how it ended with Father?
I remember you couldn't win without relying on other people's souls. Alone, I may be weak, but so are you.
So be it. Do not... release her.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I thought I was done for.
You don't.
Oh, that's honestly, I thought she was going to get killed too.
Had you let her die, you could have dealt me a telling blow. Your compassion will be the end of you.
I'm not letting anyone else die. And you will never surpass Papa.
But I have. With these very hands, I slew him.
His body may be gone, but his spirit lives on, in us.
The Yokui's delusion is catching, I see.
It's no delusion. Papa's love for Tuliyola gives me strength even now. Come, let's get this over with.
How gullible you are. Her objective is to harvest all life outside the barrier. Our interests happen to align. Hence...
Liar! Sphene would never do that!
She needs the power.
The King of Resolve speaks the truth.
How did she...
I mean, how did she? She can walk. We've been here for a bit.
The attack on Taral was no less...
You said you wanted none of this. It was a farce from the very start.
She wanted none of this, but it's a necessity to keep her people alive.
Yes, I used you.
So it was all just a lie then? What?
I do this for them.
Yeah, like, it's for her people. She doesn't give a shit about our people, it's for her people's sake. She's doing this to sacrifice their souls for energy to keep her people alive. She doesn't give a fuck about us.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry I deceived you. But I had no choice. If I'm to save my people, I must take the lives of yours.
Behold, Wuklammat, the benevolent Queen Sphene.
Okay, so she's a robot. I guess that's what all endless are like.
That orchestrated a massacre.
Endless, or machine, or whatever you are now, you bear the memories of the person you once were. You should still...
Yeah, the heart for her people. Your people aren't her people. Now, obviously, yeah, it's a kind of a dick move, but the problem is that, like, she cares too much about her people. So much so that she's even caring about the people who aren't really people, like the ones who have died. They're like, oh yeah, their memories live on, therefore they're still alive, and therefore I don't mind, I need energy to keep them alive. Which is like, they're dead. They lived their full life, just let them die.
When you speak of slaughtering my people, do you feel nothing?
Nothing is dearer to me than my people. It matters not whether they are living or endless. As Queen, I will do anything to protect them. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice?
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. It's like, without sacrifice, it's like you're sacrificing living people for dead people. These people have died. You've taken their memories, and sure, they might live on through these things, but they are not actually alive. Like, they die. They lived a full life. This is not something like, oh, we've created an artificial intelligence, and these artificial intelligence have their own children, and we were actually taking their lives. Like, no, you're removing the memories of these people who already existed and lived their full life. And now you want other people, living people, to suffer so that the dead people's memories can continue to live on. It's like, really?
What
What exactly do you seek to do? What are you protecting your people from?
And again, it's just like, again, we don't know what energy is required. Like, she's saying, she needs to power her cloud servers, and we just don't know what energy is needed. Now, presumably it's soul energy or whatever. So, like, I assume the entire process is actually draining on souls. I assume it's weakening, and that's why, like, the plants are dying, is because you're not allowing, like, all the souls to reincarnate the proper way. And so essentially you're just, like, depleting the amount of ether bit by bit by consuming them the way they are.
You waste your words.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Just kill him. You need to kill Jaw anyway. Once he's dead, we're pretty much... we'll all be good.
Is this the strength that the love of Tuliyollal lends you? A weak ruler walks a path of ruin. Tell me, which of us is...
I already know. It will never be you! As long as you think only of yourself, you'll never be worthy. You'll never surpass Father or me! You can't rely on souls anymore. It's over.
Don't think you've won yet. Oh no, far from it. Give the order to the fleet. Raise Tuliyollal to the ground and harvest every last soul! It is over for Tuliyollal. Your works, your people.
Don't tell me you've forgotten. I'm not the only Dawn Serpent.
That's weird. He said Tuliyollal, which is just the capital. I don't think Tuliyollal is the country. Or at least I thought it was just the capital. It's gonna be like... No, this music I thought it was gonna be like...
You tin bastards.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you're enjoying yourself.
I'm Head Sauro. Nothing gets a hunter's blood pumping like a little danger.
Well now, it seems we have that in common. I haven't felt this alive in a good while.
Why would they get off their vehicles? And not shoot from the ships, too. That's kind of weird. I get they want to harvest... Maybe that's it. They need to harvest souls, so they need, like, bodies. Like, if the bodies get blasted away by the ship's cannons, they would... But you know their weakness. They're weak to lightning. Oh, yeah, of course. If they get the little, like, thing, the soul thingy, maybe that's...
the spirit. We promised Valkona we deliver him a mountain of scrap.
and I'm not about to let these hollow men make a liar out of me.
Hey, kid. The ones below are yours.
You got it. Wait, what do you mean below? Don't see that every day.
Oh, I thought they'd laid traps. That's why they were letting them get that close.
While it's not quite what we had planned, I'm glad we chose to remain in Tural. As am I. 'Twas an unexpected but welcome opportunity to join in the defense of this realm. And to his credit, Kona did ask very nicely. Still, it's a pity his brother had to delay our pleasure jaunt. But business always comes first.
Damn it! Come no closer, you bastards!
Yeah, Goku Jar Jar's gonna show up. Yep, here we go.
No! That was a near thing. Are you? You?
Save your life. Yes, I know.
Don't squander it. I never thought you, of all people, would come to my rescue. Pakul Chacha. Thank you. Ah. Still rings odd in my ears. The thank yous. But I could get used to it. Right. We're not done yet.
We're holding our own against their infantry. But what of that?
Presumably, if you can blast it with a powerful enough electric shock, it would come crashing down, right?
Worry not. We have a countermeasure.
Vritra. That's him to stop on by.
Bleeding dragon.
What in the Navigator's name is it doing here?
Tuliyollal has entered into an alliance with Radzat Han. A wise and timely decision on Valkona's part.
Is Sister's gonna show up? Oh no, we're getting a lot of dragons? Okay. Footfalls. Oh, such a great song.
Right in the nick. Tuliyollal shall never
Oh look,
forget
it's
this debt.
Ashtaha.
We will hold out, Lamachi.
That was the interesting thing too. Like, yeah, so Vitra obviously has some dragon buddies, so presumably that's his brood, right? Like, because all of the dragons had, like, pretty much. Well, I mean, obviously we don't really know about the one that was eaten. I mean, presumably it was her and Nidhogg, right? But then Nidhogg continued to, produce more, right? So Olgar had his brood. Vitra, we never really saw any dragons on Radha-Tan, so we didn't know, but maybe he did. Like, are those part of his brood, or has he reached out to other dragon allies?
So keep your eyes forward, and do what only you can do. Finish this.
Report from the fleet. The enemy has offered unexpected resistance. We've been forced to withdraw.
Useless. All of you.
Of course, this is weird in and of itself, right? Because, like, all this should happen. I do understand. Like, they just show us multiple locations. So all of these things were going on simultaneously. But even still, like, that was a good 5 minutes. Because you have to give the order, and then, of course, they have to actually mobilize. Then they have to land on the ground, and then they have to attack, then they have to get their ass handed to them, then they have to retreat, right? All that takes time. So this would have had to have been at least, 5 minutes. So what the fuck are we doing? We're just, standing there. It's like, oh, he's given the order to attack. Okay, well, we'll just wait here until you hear of how awesome we are, and then we'll continue the fight here. Like, no, obviously, the idea is that you... what should have been happening is that Wuklamot and Zorilja should have been fighting. They should have come back. The two of them were still fighting. They leap backwards, right? They do a big clash. Both of them leap backwards, and at that point, the guy should have come up and said, "Hey, we're getting our asses handed to them." And then he says this, right? Because, otherwise, we're just, sitting there doing nothing. When it's you realize, they're all fighting so that we can do what we need to do now. So we've just shown that you were doing literally nothing while everyone was fighting for their lives. And they're not, fighting to win. They're fighting to delay as much time for us to do what we need to do. So, the fact that we're not doing what we need to do is kind of letting them all down. I get it, but it's the kind of thing where it's as I said, the easy solution would have been, we cut back, and the two of them are still fighting, right? And then they blast back, then he says this, and then we start our battle again.
Stop!
What? Zorilja's a jerk? Who would have thought?
Your Majesty.
Enough of this! Enough! You swore you wouldn't harm my people!
Out of my way.
What? The trustworthy guy's untrustworthy? I'd never guess that. Oh, he's gonna take his thingy? Oh, his out of souls? Oh, is he gonna like? Oh, I mean, I know he's probably gonna overload in souls and become like some sort of monstrosity.
Have you gone mad?
When the army fails in its duty, it is the charge of the King of Resolve to clean up its mess.
Have you gone mad? Like, dude, first of all, this is how he always was, and second of all, you do realize you're leading an army to go attack your foes and harvest their souls? Like, that's clearly the act of a madman. It's also incredibly stupid and short-sighted because, again, you're not actually solving your problem, you're just delaying it. Because your problem is you're running out of energy. And sure, you can kill people and gain energy that way, but eventually the same thing will happen. You'll run out. You'll use up those souls and continue to use them up, and then eventually you'll just run out. You'll bleed the planet dry of souls, and then you'll die. You're not solving the problem.
To achieve victory by any means necessary. Zoralja to Everkeep. Initiate court blood. Execute all civilians and commandeer their souls.
No! Damn you! Stop! Please, Father, stop!
And then we're going to find out that, yes, he is his son. He was kicked to the side because he was, quote-unquote, weak. And he's no son of his.
Gululcha! I told you not to come!
Gululcha?
You must flee, Gululcha! It isn't safe!
I'm not going anywhere! I have to stop my father!
I am not your father.
Let him go!
Using a child as a shield. Have you no shame?
Release him at once, or you shall answer to me!
Pitiful relic. Kneel before your king.
Is he gonna do it? Oh yeah, shit. Okay, so the authority still works.
Otis? What's wrong?
Find me at the top of Everkeep. There, we will determine who is fit to rule.
Level 99 dungeon time? How the fuck did you do that?
I must protect them.
Why did it collapse? Yeah, like, why did it shouldn't have collapsed. Sure, you went away, but, like, that body was there before. Why did you leaving it cause it to collapse? So is she actually doing that? Is she actually, like, overwriting their souls? Or overwriting their bodies? Well, yeah, of course he doesn't think of his own. He doesn't think of his own people. First of all, he didn't even think of his own. Like, he didn't think. Well, I mean, I guess he did kind of think of his own people, to some degree when he was actually in Tuliyollal. But like, these aren't his people. Like, these are just some randos he picked up. He was always using them as a means to an end, so it's not really that crazy that he's going to do something like this. Oh shit. Oh, I see this. The checkpointing thing, interesting. I don't know 675. My item level is actually dog shit. Can I get... I guess I could... Let's see what I'm at. 655 for this. 663. Not really that much of a difference. 85. Okay, so I have attack magic potency 3,334, 8,500 HP. If I do this, I get 2,000 HP and 100 more attack, 130 more attack. Yeah, fuck that. It's not really worth it. Obviously, it's kind of worth it, like because I don't have a materia on all that shit, so maybe that would make it better. But whatever. This is the interesting thing. Yeah, like, are they really that low on souls? And are those actual soldiers or just are they actually robots? Because like some of them are in the same equipment, but with like without the helmet, and you can see there's a person there. But like, are all of them people, or are some of them most of them robots and some of them people? Right?
I have no more use for you. Be gone.
Father, wait! Father! Otis, Hamachi.
How did he teleport, though? And see, that's the weird thing, right? Like, he used a soul and he's resurrected. Now he's going to be killed again, right? But, like, that's the super weird thing, is that you're actually wasting more souls. Because you're killing these people, and anyone with spare souls are going to be resurrected. So you wasted one of their spare souls, whereas... You know, like, so you wasted one of their spare souls to revive them. Unless you're saying that every single spare soul used, like if you just keep killing them over and over and over again, all the souls that they used to survive eventually get recycled and collected. Like you can collect every single soul they had.
Sveen, can't you order them to stand down?
The King of Resolve holds military authority. I cannot overrule his commands.
Yeah, but you're feeling pretty silly of being on his side.
Then do it! Your crimes are beyond forgiveness, but your people are innocent.
I mean, we assume they're innocent, but we don't know.
I deceived you all, and still...
The talk can wait. When you said that you wanted to protect your people, I trust you weren't lying.
Of course not! There's nothing I wouldn't do for them!
Then let's split up and get to work.
Do what you can do.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be the dungeon. Like, the dungeon on our way to fight him, and then we beat the dungeon, and then kind of like, we beat the dungeon kind of like, Crown Gould, and then we have to fight, like, we beat the final dungeon boss, then we fight Vothri at the end, type thing. I always found that a little silly, right? Like, obviously, what it looks like something you could easily just climb over. to just climb over it. But like, oh, you know, that's just because of like probably was something far more complex.
There are still those we can save. We keep moving.
Wait, those things are way taller than us too. I thought they were like at the same size as us. It's also weird. Who the fuck is that? Like, it shouldn't be one of. Oh, yes, the Resistance. Yes, it's Oblivion. Duh. See, like, that would actually be tough. Right? If it's actually just destroyed, getting over, we have to like go all the way around and shit like that. So yeah, sure, like that was actually helpful. Clearing up rubble, maybe, I guess, if it was like a few stories high, sure.
Fiends too! Damn you, Zoraja!
It's up to us to stop them.
Yeah, so it's like, if these souls are being recycled, then maybe that's fine. You know, like if it's possible that killing them eventually gets the souls like recycled into whatever sort of system they have. But it seemed like what you had to do is you had to actually like extract their souls properly with the device. So if you're just killing randos like this, wouldn't they be consuming their spare souls to revive themselves multiple times? So you might get the final soul that they use to, you might get the final soul that for their last life. But what about what about all the lives that they use to revive themselves consistently? Wouldn't that be a waste?
Looks like that does it for this area.
Look, the King's forces... There are still civilians on Trueview.
Well, we can't leave the wounded. Let's divide into two groups. Krile, Raha, please. The rest of us will go and deal with the machines.
All right. Otis! You've got to wake up!
Otis?
Or he... Oh, I was thinking Otis might obey her. Because she's, like, he's the Queen's Guard or something like that, right? He's the head of the Knights. The Knights listen to the King. Not specific. It wasn't, like, a guard for her specifically.
For the honor of the Royal Knights! Forward!
Snap out of it, Otis! Don't you recognize us?
First formation! Show them a knight's valor!
The machines obey him!
Second formation! Seize the glory of victory!
Something about him is familiar, but it couldn't be.
Third formation! Onward for Alexandria!
It is him! The captain of the Knights!
Don't like the looks of this! Everyone, keep your guard up! Damn it! How do we bring him to his senses?
If he still remembers me, then perhaps.
He's deactivated.
Is he gonna kill himself? Is he gonna like destroy his body so he can't be controlled?
It should be safe to approach.
Otis! No! I remember you, Otis, so please remember yourself. You're a proud knight of Alexandria, a man who lives to serve the kingdom and its subjects. Otis!
Pray, stand back, Your Majesty. I am Sir Otis Bellona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Upon mine honor, you shall harm neither my fair queen nor our citizens! Apologies for the trouble I caused. So long as this body holds, I shall fight for you. Tis but a flesh wound.
It's building up energy. Have care. Lightning to itself. Let's split up and deal with them.
Not holding anything back, are we?
Such tremendous lightning!
So many! This is going to be tough! Not good. At this rate.
Upon mine honor, we shall weather this storm. Now, lay the fiend low.
Otis! You must stop! Your body can't survive this!
Nay, I cannot yield, even should it cost me my life. My queen, are you unharmed?
I bet he's dead now.
Thank you, Lord Captain, for the delicious repast, for everything.
The old units do not have regulators. Their souls cannot
And I think
be
that's
recovered.
kind of become the problem, is they become so inured to death. It's because there was no death, right? Because they can back up their souls in the cloud servers, and they can have multiple lives. So it makes them just not think about death, right? They're just like, oh, okay. So for her, she's just forgotten. They've forgotten how to say goodbye. They don't know how to say goodbye. They don't know how to deal with death. They just don't know how to deal with it. And so rather than having to deal with it, they're saying, oh, well, fuck the rest of the world then. I'll just kill them, take their energy so that we can continue not having to deal with the shit.
He is gone. The Otis who so valiantly fought for us. I'm truly grateful for your help. Would that I had the time to thank you properly. But I'm afraid I cannot linger. There are urgent duties I must perform.
Hey, wait! we're fine, but Otis is...
So he's the one who was looking after Galulja.
Thanks to you, Solution 9 has been spared the worst, but the situation on the other levels is grim. We're currently assessing the full extent of the casualties. In the meantime, could you help us treat the wounded?
Oh, what the fuck? So it doesn't give you all that you need. I could have sworn they told, like, I could have sworn Endwalker worked this way. But there were a few quests I didn't take. There were, like, so maybe they were assuming that you have to have discovered all the locations yourself. Discover all the locations yourself. Discover all locations, as well as do all Aether Current quests. Because I swapped to do my Aether Current quests for other classes. And so it seems like that caused me to get behind. That's kind of annoying. Okay, I think I am going to call it a day, though. I was thinking I would just burn through the game, but then I kind of fucked it out. Had kind of wasted time. I could have done it faster. Obviously, if I was not focusing on leveling my Pictomancer at all, it would be much quicker, because I've basically spent the first like 4 hours of the stream doing every single queue for Pictomancer. And the unfortunate thing is, because I've done the queue, I don't have the... I'm 3 million experience behind. No, almost actually 4 million, I guess. And the easiest thing to do, of course, would be just run a queue of something. Queue up for something, like queue up for trials or a raid roulette, and splat and finish it that way, or to get to 99. But it's already 8 o'clock. You know, it's already kind of late. So even if I did, like, I could just do fates. I could run fates. I could just do fates, which would, you know, quickly level me up. Like, I could, basically by 8:30, I could be done. Like, less than 20 minutes easily, I could be ready. But then I'd hit 99, and I'd have the 99 dungeon, then the 99 trial, and then the level 100 dungeon, and all the quests in between, which is a lot of shit. It is a lot of shit to do. And that's a little too much. Because like, it would easily be another like few hours. I wouldn't be finished streaming till like midnight. Well, I finished playing till like playing again till midnight. And it's like I'm not really in a desperate need to do that. Like I have other shit I can do, other games to play. Although actually, what I will do is I won't waste my. Oh, I can't fly here though. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, if I could fly here, I would want to do fates here. Okay, I'll go here. I'll do fates here. I'll do fates. Get myself to 80. You know, get myself to 99. And then Okay, so I'll do fates here. Get myself to 99, and then stop. That's what I will do. Okay, there we go. Level 99. Oh shit, I'm ranked 2. Let me go see if there's anything cool I can buy there first. Okay, now that I'm... Yeah, and look at that. 20 minutes, exactly like I said. Although I did waste a little bit of extra time, so it didn't even take 20 minutes. But I knew it wouldn't take that long. But there we go. So I'm level 99, so now I can continue. So I will take a pause today and wrap it up. And I will be on tomorrow, same time. Well, I say 8, but I set my alarm for 8, but then I do my Genshin dailies, and then I hop into the game. And then I'm usually been leveling up Pictomancer. I was considering that maybe I should just not do roulettes for Pictomancer today and just go straight into story. Or like do as much as I can in the story and then get into Pictomancer at the end. But I was like, ah, fuck it, whatever. Maybe I should have. If I did, I definitely would have finished today. But, it's not the end of the world. Is there a huge rush? No. Like, I have tomorrow off as well, so it's like, I'll be fine. So I will just put a pin in this, and I will do this. I will complete the game tomorrow. I will finish the story and be done. I'm looking forward to that. But it's been a fun ride. I think my early impressions, obviously without seeing the completion of the story, is that I think I did see some complaints on some of the reviews about people just not liking Luke Lamont. It's like, it's whatever, right? Like, well, I guess I was gonna say there's not ever gonna be a character that's universally liked, but I'm sure there's lots of people like Emmett Self But even still, I think there's people who don't like Emmett Silk too, which would be like, you know, who's one of the more well-liked characters. Well, maybe, I don't know. I guess he is obviously an evil villain. So maybe Estinian, right? Everyone likes Estinian. Something like that. But regardless, it's just a guess. So she's not particularly well-liked. I do think she's a little naive, and she's really like, you know, power of friendship-y, which, you know, can be a little cringy for the more cynical of us. I do find her cringy at times, but not so much where I'm just like, I dislike her at all. I'm just like, yeah, it's a little, you know, it's not my cup of tea, but whatever. And, you know, she's nice enough, so she's not bad. The beginning part of the story, the Stones of Resolve, getting all that shit sorted out. Generally, I liked it. I actually heard people bitching in Solution 9 about, like, the pacing of the game. I was like, really? Like, I didn't actually have a huge issue with the pacing. Like, I went slow through it, so maybe that's why I didn't have a huge problem. Like, I was going and seeing all the stuff and doing all my things. Like, I think what people are complaining about pacing is they're just like, oh, I did these things and I found them boring, therefore the game has bad pacing. The game is not providing me enough things I consider interesting. And that just kind of becomes incredibly subjective, because obviously, like, well, what do people find interesting? What you might find interesting, other people don't. And what, you know, they do, you don't. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I would, I guess, say that it's not really that interesting. Like, collecting the stones, learning about the people, it's not super, like, interesting. It's not riveting, right? It's not like sucking your attention in. I do find it, I mean, I personally find it interesting. I like learning about this world and its people. But, like, what we're doing, like, what we're actually doing is, you know, not that, like, engaging, right? We're just going around, we're talking to people, doing the feat, solving a problem, you know. Obviously, the Val Garmonda fight was interesting and fun. I mean, I've really enjoyed the dungeons. The dungeons have been cool. The trial was super cool. You know, I've enjoyed the combat they've had for the story. Like, I have enjoyed the story. There were a few moments to the story that were just like dumb. Like, I think my biggest complaint story-wise so far was simply the fact, well, I guess, so there's a big one, right? The fact that we didn't use link pearls when Bakul Jaja was luring us out after he had captured Wuk-Lamat's real father. We didn't contact our friends and allies while we were being dragged into something we knew was going to be a trap, right? Like, what? It makes no sense, especially because in like a cutscene or two later, Erenville even mentions, oh yeah, I just reached out to Sharlayan with my link pearl. It's like, oh, you mean the link pearl we didn't think to use when being lured into a trap. Ah, awesome. Being lured into a trap with a hostage. Great. That was dumb. That was incredibly stupid. Like, it's just like, I do dislike how we act stupid like that to progress the plot. Obviously the idea was, oh, there's a hostage situation. Oh, okay, cool. And like, actually, that general hostage situation overall was just kind of stupid. The hostage situation overall was just pretty dumb. Because, like, yeah, we went to it without contacting our friends via link pearl, even though they're perfectly useful and valid, and there's no reason not to use them. So let's see what this thing looks like. That's pretty cool. There's no reason not to use the link pearls to communicate with our allies, so it's like, why the fuck didn't you? And then we found out, oh no, there's a hostage situation. Shit, right? There's a hostage situation. Oh shit. And then what do? Well, we proceed, like, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, it's gonna be Wuk-Lamat fighting this guy. And first of all, they take the hostage away, which is like, what? Like, the hostage, you should take them out of the way so they don't get wrapped up in the fight, but they should be within eyesight, because what happens if I cheat, right? Like, what happens if I join the fight? You know, what's to stop that? You know, what's to stop me from cheating? You know, and helping Wuk-Lamat fight Bakul Jaja. Like, the whole point was, oh, we have a hostage, so you can't join the fight, but then they take the hostage away where they won't be able to see that I'm helping. So that makes no sense, right? Like, it should have been, they should have moved them out of the way, for sure, but also kept them close enough so that they could see if I joined the fight. But then, like, so they move them away, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. While that's going on, you're thinking, oh, okay, so this is when because if I can't join the fight, then there's no real point in me being there. This is where I will like sneak around the back while Wu Clement is distracting Bakul Jaja. I'll go find his henchman and rescue the hostage. Like that's what's going to happen, right? But no, what happens is that Wu Clement wins. He freaks out. And because he freaks out, they just release the hostage, who is still there. I was like, what? Like, why didn't you get the hostage? You know? Like, the main character, why didn't you, the warrior of light, go get the hostage while Wu Clement was distracting their boss? Like, this would have been the perfect time to do it. We would easily just swooped in and beat the shit out of them and gotten the hostage without having to, like, wait for this shit. So like that was like the whole situation was dumb, right? Like that we didn't contact our allies at all. So like when we were going into we knew we were going to go into a fucking trap. Like we talked to the dudes like, oh look, it's Bakul Jaja's henchman. Okay. We know it's going to be a trap. But then we still went and we didn't contact our allies, and that's like. And that was the whole thing. I was thinking, oh, well, okay, we didn't contact our allies, but secretly we contacted our allies, right? Like, secretly, while we were heading over there, we must have contacted our allies. And, like, I was kind of expecting that after we defeat Bakul Jaja, that, like, our allies would come out of their hidey hole. Like, our ally, like, when the guy came out, our allies would have been there and be like, no, we rescued him. Good job, you contacted me, type thing, right? That's what I was kind of thinking they were going to do. But then, no, we never contacted them whatsoever. We didn't, and we didn't contact them at all, and we didn't try to rescue the hostage. It was just like, why? Why didn't you try to rescue the hostage? Like, it makes no sense. Like. The hostage was there. Like, why didn't you try to help them out? Like, I mean, it was stupid for them to take the hostage away, right? Because that means we could get the drop on them, and I thought that's why they were doing it, right? But no, it just was completely unused. It makes no sense. It was dumb for so many levels of it. It was just dumb that we didn't reach out to our allies, even though we have link pearls. Like that we could have contacted them at a moment's notice and even done it discreetly. That we didn't. At any stage of it, like because we walked a long way, like we walked from that village all the way to the battleground, and during that time didn't think to contact our allies and let them know. Oh, by the way, we're being lured into a trap. Could you follow along behind us and help us out if things get hairy, right? But we didn't, and I was like, that's really stupid. Like, it's just really, really dumb. And it'd be like one thing if we didn't use our link pearls that much, but like we've used it constantly throughout the entire story. And then even like a cutscene or two after it, Aaron will talk about Charlene in the Mumula village. I think it was even in that cooking contest where like we used our link pearls before we even left that city after the cooking contest. So it was just like really stupid because we already, and then we established immediately afterwards that we use our link pearls from time to time. So it's like. I didn't like that. Dumb. I get it, right? It's like, oh, okay, cool. Like, we wanted to, like, beat them. Like, it's not even just beating them fair and square. Like, it's fine that we beat him and let Wu Clement do it, but, like, she could have done it while we went and got the hostage, She could have beaten him. He ran away. His thugs ran away. And then I come out with the hostage and say, good, I trusted you would win, but I rescued the hostage. Hell, we could even come out with the hostage, mid-fight, and be like, "Don't worry, I've protected the hostage." And that was like the whole thing was like because Bakul Jaja summons his minions as part of the fight, so you're thinking, oh, maybe he even summoned all his minions. Maybe he doesn't have any more minions left, and so the hostage is not protected, so we could go quickly, get him. But like, no, they just did not just do anything with that at all. So yeah, generally that is the one thing of the game that I've been like, wow, that is very stupid. Like, that is dumb. Oh, I mean, that's the major thing I think was dumb. There were a few other minor things I thought was dumb too. Like, that happened recently was the whole, oh, okay, so he tells his guys to raise Tuliolol to the ground. His army goes out. We beat back his army. And so we beat back his army, cool. But, like, he gave the command. Like, so we were right in front of him. We're, getting ready to scrap. And, Luke Lamotte's like, oh, you think I'm not the only Dawn servant, Like, your forces will have a hard time. And then they cut to all the cutscenes of showing them defending it. But, like, that takes time. Like, because he had to give the order. She had to give her a one-liner quip that she did immediately after he gave the order. And then they had to defend. Like, the ships had to move forward. They had to release their fighters. The fighters had to get down to the ground and start shooting. The defense had to happen. The dragons had to appear and do all their shit. Like, and then after getting screwed, they would have had to retreat. So, like, all of that would be easily 5 to 10 minutes of time for all that shit to happen. And 5 to 10 minutes is still pretty short. Like, it would likely be even longer than that. So all of this had to have happened during that amount of time. And what happened? Like, in that time, in front of us, nothing. The guy comes up and says, hey, our forces are being beaten back, which means that all of us must have been standing there doing literally nothing for 5 to 10 minutes while all of that's happening. Even though, and the whole point of them fighting back was, it was a ploy for time. It was like, okay, we have to defend as best we can so that Wuk Lamotte can do what she needs to do. Beat Jurulja and stop this war for good, right? That was the whole premise of their resistance. And what did we do while they were fighting for their lives? We stood there for 5 to 10 minutes doing literally nothing. Until he, killed his own warriors, started killing his own people, and escaped, right? Like, obviously that's a huge waste of time. Like, that's not what we should have done. So those are the 2 complaints I have. The Link Pearl thing is the one I think is the worst, because it was compounded greatly by us not rescuing the hostage. Whereas the sitting around waiting for 5 to 10 minutes, I understand. Needs some more cinematic. Now, I did have a perfectly easy to implement solution, would just be that while the fighting's going on, right, when they cut back, it's Wuk Lamotte and Jurulja fighting, like doing slashing, and then finally they cross weapons and push each other back, and then the guy comes up and says, hey sir, our armies are being fought back. So we can clearly see, oh, okay, Wuk Lamotte was fighting. So while our allies are fighting, she's also fighting Jurulja to bring the war to an end as quickly as she can. And then the same events could have transpired, right? That would have been fun. If the 2 of them were fighting, when the cutscene came back, that would have been all they need to do. But they didn't. Which means they were just standing around for 5 to 10 minutes doing nothing. Which is dumb. It's dumb. I understand why they did it. It's just cinematic. They're just like, yeah, whatever. Like, it's not necessary. Like, we're assuming you would make people think, oh, this is all happening at the same time, because like all the events in those cutscenes were happening simultaneously, because there are separate locations all happening simultaneously. But those events collectively still took time for them each to resolve before coming back with the whole results of, oh, we've been beaten back, right? Which they just ignored and were like, no, all these events are going on simultaneously, even R1, but like that makes no sense because R1 is contingent upon the completion of all of theirs. So ours has to be after theirs, can't be going on simultaneously. So yeah, whoops. And generally, yeah, it's like a whoopsie-doodle, like that's a little wrong, whatever. But still, otherwise, don't really have that many complaints other than that, a few little nitpicks. I'll be leveling up Pictomancer again tomorrow. And I'm going to go ahead and log out. But thank you all for watching. I will see you all next time.